You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
We are live in the Atlanta Pioneers Cricket Ground in Rydell, Georgia, where Orlando Galaxy will take on Atlanta Fire. This is the Southern Division in the Minor League Cricket Championship 2024, hosted by Sunico. And the Southern Division standings, Baltimore Royals on top with 9 points, Morrisville Raptors second with 9 points, Atlanta Fire on third with 4 points, Orlando Galaxy 2 points because 2 games, their first 2 matches was rained out against the Baltimore Royals and the Morrisville Raptors. The Galaxy finally played their first match and lost by 4 wickets to the Raptors last Sunday. Now, Atlanta Fire, they've made some changes to their starting lineup. Vandar Aragan comes in, Romario King comes in, Balagopala comes in, and Saeed Sayad comes in as well for the Fire. As for Orlando Galaxy, Dobson, Adams, King, Vandaragan, Patel, Desai, Scott to go along with Balagopala and Siddharth Saeed, the former Fort Lauderdale Lions player. And this is a cover drive, and it's going to be the first boundary off of the very first delivery. Atlanta Fire have won the toss, elected to bat on this sunny, dry day in Rydell, Georgia. And the very first delivery is dispatched to the boundary. It is Stephen Taylor continuing his incredible form. Had 30-odd last week against the Lightning in his last knock on Sunday. And he has a fantastic, beautiful cover drive to open this innings. So Taylor's away for 4. And the opening bowler is Desai for the Galaxy. This one comes right back in. And the thick outside edge goes to slip, so no run. With this Orlando Galaxy team, it's their 4th season. And here's that replay after being driven through the covers for 4. Desai responding with one coming right back in to the left-hander. Thick outside edge, just dropping short at slip. This Galaxy team in its 4th season, they have had an up and down career so far in the minor league cricket. Never made the playoffs in their first 4 seasons, well, their first 3 seasons rather, and now in their 4th. And now they've decided they've made a turn in this season to become younger, and they have now drafted younger players for their lineup, as we have some technical difficulties, and we will stay tuned as we work to resolve and get it back on air. So welcome back to Paramvere's Cricket Ground, and Stephen Taylor with another boundary. Just 3 deliveries. He's on 8 already. And continuing where he left off against the Lightning last weekend. Desai trying to find his line and length in this very first over, but Stephen Taylor in this sort of mood is putting bat to ball. Outside off stump, and the umpire judges it to be a dot ball and not a wide. Well, this Orlando Galaxy team, 3 matches gone, 2 of them affected by rain, and they could not play the matches against Baltimore Royals, and so too Morrisville Raptors. They finally played 1 match and they lost it by 4 wickets last Sunday. So only 2 points because of the abandoned matches. And they come up against an Atlanta Fire team that just won their last match despite losing the match before against the Lightning. So we're back in action. 17 without loss in this very first over. Desai having a rough go of it against Stephen Taylor. 5 deliveries to the big left-hander, 3 boundaries. Taylor goes to 12. They score 17 without loss. And Orlando Galaxy all uphill so far against Atlanta Fire. So forgive us, we're trying to work out some technical difficulties in Rydell, Georgia for this Orlando Galaxy Atlanta Fire match. Just to give everyone some insight on these two teams, Atlanta Fire winning their last match against Atlanta Lightning in a doubleheader match last weekend. Atlanta Lightning winning the match on Saturday, the Fire bouncing back on Sunday. Fire 2 wins out of their first 5. So after a very tumultuous first over by Desal with 21 runs off of it, the Atlanta Fire going guns with Stephen Taylor and Darbar. 23 without loss. And we have Parath Patel bowling for the Orlando Galaxy. Parath Patel, a USA U19 player, has a lot of potential for this team. This Orlando Galaxy team making a decision to get younger. A lot of U19 players, also players within the range of U19 to 24 years old, have been brought in to try to not only provide youth and opportunities, but fielding. Orlando Galaxy suffered daily over the first 3 years, having a more experienced team, an older team, and one of their downfalls was in the field. Now that they've gotten younger, the expectation for this Orlando Galaxy team is to be a little bit more defensive when they do take the field. And hence the reason they've gone to a younger squad. The Galaxy will have 3 matches this weekend. It is a sort of telling weekend for their season. So they'll have a match today, a match tomorrow, and a match on Sunday. But at the moment, it is 1.3 overs gone, 27 for 1. And Darbar is back in the pavilion for 10 off of just 3 deliveries. So Darbar has done some damage, but the Galaxy get a wicket. Stephen Taylor still out there, 12 off of 6. So Patel gets the breakthrough. He is 1 for 10 and just off of 3 deliveries. Certainly nothing to be bowing about. But the Galaxy are trying to dig themselves out of an early hole in just the second over. So coming to the wicket is Ash Dave, the hero in the last match against the Lightning. And Dave is forward, no run. But Ash Dave is one of those young upcoming prospects in USA cricket. Had a match-winning performance against the Lightning on Sunday. 32 runs off of 33 deliveries. So he's in fine form, Patel. And Dave is driving. So 27 for 1. This is the last delivery of the second over on Patel, who has gotten a wicket in it for just 10 runs. To Dave, and Dave drives through the covers. And it's going to be another boundary. Fantastic cover drive by Ash Dave. He's away. He gets 4. Score goes to 31 for 1 after just 2 overs. And Atlanta Fire are unstoppable in the first 12 deliveries. 31 for the loss of a wicket after 2. So it's Desal again to Stephen Taylor. Can he make amends from that disastrous first over? So we are back, and Havik Desai is back into Stephen Taylor, who's 20, just whips this one off the pads. And there's a fielder at deep square leg. Score now 40 for the loss of one. Stephen Taylor doing most of the damage, as he has half of that total of 21. And Havik Desai, the man from Gujarat, India, 24 years of age, and can just do about anything, Desai. He bowled 3 overs, 1 for 16 against Morrisville Raptors last weekend in a losing effort. But he also had some experience behind the stumps in wicket-keeping as well. Also a batter, was very useful with the bat last week, Desai. For Orlando Galaxy, he had 26 off of 22 against Morrisville. Struggling at the moment with the ball, 25. Of course, for no wickets in just 10 deliveries. But he can affect the game in multiple ways. So the third over is completed. It is 46 for 1 as Atlanta Fire are going guns. We are back in Rydal, Georgia, where Atlanta Fire won the toss, and Stephen Taylor and Atlanta Fire are on a path of destruction. 3 overs, 1 for 46, with Darbar back in the pavilion for 10. And it's Parth Patel, the youngster, bowling to Taylor. Parth Patel, one of those USA U19 cricketers, getting his opportunity on the big stage in minor league cricket 2024. Against Morrisville last week, he bowled 1 over, none for 18. His first over here cost him 14 to Taylor. Taylor's forward hits the pad, and the batters decide not to run. Well, Stephen Taylor last week led by example against the Atlanta Fire. 34 off of 24 with 4 fours and 2 sixes. And now it's 21 off of 13. Down the track he comes, drives. And the score remains at 46 for 1. And this just the 4th over. You can see the tall trees in the background, this very scenic Atlanta Paramveers ground in Rydell, Georgia. Taylor, over the top. It's high in the air. And it is in the woods. And I've been to this ground, and you understand that the fielder is going to have to go down into the trees to retrieve this one. As Stephen Taylor measuring Patel. And like a golf swing, over long off. And it's another boundary to the big man. The 5th is up for Atlanta Fire in just the 4th over. $52 for 1. It was a maximum by Taylor. He goes to 27 off of just 15. Patel. This one shorter, and it's going to be a dot ball. Behind the stumps, giving all the encouragement is Akeem Dobson, who has the best view of everyone. Getting a chance to see Stephen Taylor, one of the most decorated cricketers in minor league cricket, in full flow. This one comes back to the left-hander, and a valuable dot ball, but the damage is done. 52 for 1 after 4. Taylor 27, Dave 10.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Atlanta Fire, on fire, winning the toss, electing to bat first against this Galaxy team, and the very, shall I say, well-rounded Renaissance man himself, Manav Patel, is coming into bowl. Started off with the Florida Beamers on the first year of minor league cricket. He was a left-arm medium pacer. He resides in Tampa Bay, Florida, and he is in the IT industry when not playing cricket. But he's so talented. He's actually a left-arm orthodox bowler who disguised himself as a left-arm medium pacer at the beginning of his minor league career. Went back to left-arm orthodox, actually got called up for the USA trials, didn't get selected, and is now coming through and around the wicket to the right-handed Dave, who drives over the top. And that's going to be a 6 to greet Manav Patel into this match. Ash Dave continues his form. Patel pitching this one up too much, and he just swung right through it, Dave. Add 6 to the total, and it's now 58 for 1 for the Fire. And there you can see a slip for Manav Patel. These two batters caused all the destruction against the Lightning on Sunday. And finally, Patel finds his line and length. It all started off against the Lightning on Sunday when the Fire put up 137 for 8. Taylor 34, Ash Dave second top score with 32 off of 33. And these two in the wicket very early in this match as Darbar was gone for 10. And this one is punched a point, no run. And we talked about Orlando Galaxy getting younger so they can perform better in the field. And that is the new addition to this year's roster. Shoaib Saeed, the spinner from Fort Lauderdale Lions. Patel, Dave, goes over the top, beats mid-on, and goes for 4. Well, that's the type of form Ash Dave has at the present moment, going against the turn of Manav Patel. Getting to the pitch of the ball doesn't matter at that point. And against the turn, over mid-on for 4. So 10 runs so far in the over. Score goes to 62 for 1. And Orlando Galaxy, who started this weekend with 3 telling games, have started off on the wrong foot as Atlanta Fire are on the front foot. Patel, Dave, driving again. And this one is over point. And another boundary. 4 more to Dave, 4 more to the Fire. As the score scurries on to 66 for 1. Dave now catching up with Taylor, 24 off of just 9 deliveries. Dave going against the line of the ball, looking for a slog sweep, and that will finish the 5th over. 1 over remaining in the power play. Atlanta Fire 66 for 1. Dave 24 off of 10. Taylor 27 off of 17.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So the rampant Stephen Taylor to take strike against the Shoaib Saeed, the off spinner, who played for Fort Lauderdale Lions and is now an Orlando Galaxyan. And this one beats Taylor. Fantastic first delivery by Shoaib Saeed. He's replacing Desai, who was roughed up in his first 2 overs by Taylor. Saeed to Taylor. Taylor goes after him and finds long off. And it's going to be a long single for the left-hander. Certainly didn't get all of it, but he went after Saeed again. And now Ash Dave, the right-hander, will face the off-spinner. Saeed, and this one beats the right-hander outside off stump. He's continuing to come around the wicket despite bowling to the right-hander. But the drift and guile and the lack of speed completely beat Dave. Outside off stump again, making Dave go after him. And Dave wants to have a quick word with Taylor, the youngster who's in fine form, but still very early in his career, Dave. Side. And this one almost looked like a Dursra. And it beat Dave again. They get a single, but Dave is not sure how to play Saeed at the moment. Saeed to Taylor. Taylor goes across the line. It's high. It's towering. And is it taken in the deep? From the looks of things, it's not celebratory. And Taylor survives. It was a towering shot. Certainly didn't get all of it. Went against the turn. Player coming out in the deep. Got his hands to it. Couldn't hold on to it. And the most dangerous batter in this lineup survives. 69 for 1 as the power play concludes.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate presents the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th through 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
We are back in Rydell, Georgia, with Atlanta Fire winning the toss. And after their power play, 69 for 1. Darbar back in the pavilion for 10. But Taylor, 29 off of 20. Dave, 25 off of 13, are on a path of destruction. And the left-arm spinner, Manav Patel, is coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Is no doubt going to be defensive, but I'm not sure if it's going to make any difference to Taylor. Short and is pulled away. Just one. Manav Patel against Morrisville Raptors bowled his allotted 4 overs and was very economical. Got 2 for 18. Was the pick of the bowlers in a losing effort. Despite being just 4 years old, minor league cricket, Manav Patel knows everything to do about this league as he bowls to the young Dave. And Dave beaten again. Stephen Taylor electing not to run, but Dave was struggling against Saeed, the off spinner, in the last over, and now is going up against the left arm spinner in Patel and is really struggling. Dave gets back and pulls this one. It was a long hop. And it was given the ketchup, the mustard, the relish, and all the dressings. Well, you can't afford to make mistakes in this level of cricket. And Dave latched onto it and pulled it for 6. So the score races on to 76 for 1. Patel, Dave. One more to the total. Dave goes to 32, just off of 16 deliveries. Just about 2 runs a ball. And Stephen Taylor. And now Patel is deciding to go over the wicket to the left-hander. Patel, Taylor, whipped off his pads and is high in the air. And this one is in the trees. Manav Patel just straying onto the pads of the destructive left-hander and given the treatment. Fully pitched. You can't bowl there to that man. And the Squirrels are running for cover. So one more delivery left in the over, 83 for 1. And that was this flick off the pads by Taylor for yet another 6. Patel. This one's a sweep, but Taylor doesn't get all of it. So the end of the 7th over, and the Atlanta Fire leading from in front, 84 for 1. And with a wide call in the last delivery, Stephen Taylor has the last say and hits a massive 6 over by SE Tech Productions truck. Roddy Lalman is running for cover as his score goes to 90 now after 7 overs. It is at 13 runs and over. So after the wide, Patel had one more delivery and Stephen Taylor says, thank you very much. Huge hit over long on. And SE Tech Productions, who is well insured, still breathing a sigh of relief as Taylor takes charge. 90 for 1 after 7. Welcome back to the beautiful Rydell, Georgia, in what is going to be a busy week in the Southern Division, as some rain came through last week thanks to Hurricane Francine that hit Louisiana, came right up into Atlanta, affected the cricket that was supposed to be played last weekend, and then also in North Carolina, where Morrisville Raptors and Orlando Galaxy and the Baltimore Royals lost valuable playing time. So Orlando Galaxy having to play 3 matches in just 3 days, taking on Atlanta Fire today, and then tomorrow morning these 2 teams will play again at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And then the afternoon game will be Atlanta Lightning taking on Fort Lauderdale Lions. Then on Sunday at 10 a.m., Atlanta Fire will play Fort Lauderdale Lions. And then the evening match will be Orlando Galaxy against the Atlanta Lightning. So because the Galaxy in their first 3 matches only played 1 game, they lost to Morrisville Raptors, they are trying to make up some ground on Baltimore Royals and the Raptors, who are idle this weekend, as the Lightning, Fire, and Galaxy play their allotted matches. These matches were supposed to be played in Orlando, in Groveland, just west of Orlando. But because of the rain-sodden ground, it is agreed upon to play the matches right here in the Paramviz Cricket Complex in Rydell, Georgia. So some of the highlights so far, and this was Stephen Taylor finishing up the last over with a towering 6 by the production truck owned by SC Tech Productions. And the big left-hander is marching on. He goes to 42 off of 23. Ash Dave, 32 off of 16. Ryan Davis, SC Tech Productions, and Minor League Cricket 2024 presented by Sunoco. Happy to be with you for this Southern Division matchup between Atlanta Fire and Orlando Galaxy. Galaxy 2 points for the 2 rain-out games between the Raptors and the Royals. Lost their 3rd match to the Raptors. And the Fire, winning their 2 matches out of 5, have 4 points. They sit 3rd in the standings in the Southern Division, behind the Royals and behind the Raptors. So Saeed, who bowled a superb first over for just 3 runs, will be bowling to Ash Dave. $90 for 1 after 7 overs. And if my math serves me correct, which it rarely does, it is just under 13 runs and over. And Ash Dave, 32 off of 16, taking on Saeed. So 1 more to the total. 91 for 1. Here's Saeed to the left-handed Taylor. And it is pitch perfect, as they would say. Nothing much any batter can do in any part of the country with that delivery. And this one is high in the air. Taylor not wasting any time. These squirrels are in trouble. So too Saeed. And another 6. As Stephen Taylor, in a ubiquitous mood, hits another boundary. This one lofted up. Taylor reads it to a tee, gets to the pitch of it. And like a golf swing you'll see on NBC on a Sunday afternoon, goes over extra cover for a maximum. So 97 for 1. Taylor now goes on to 48 off of 25. And a little bit of discussion in the middle of the wickets between the fielding team. Orlando Galaxy trying to make some adjustments. So this Atlanta Fire team making some changes, just the one big one. It is Ridwan Palamash coming in. So just one change from that victory against Atlanta Lightning last Sunday. Palash, the new member, Patila, Darbar, Aksh Dev, Kalitz, Palmer and company. This Orlando Galaxy team making 4 changes from that Morrisville game. It's Bolasetti, Balagopala, Van Dragvagan, so to Romario King and Saeed. Orlando Galaxy walking with 18 players this weekend to cover the 3 matches. There's going to be a lot of rotation because of the amount of games they have to cover in such a short period of time. Well, they've recovered the ball, and Stephen Taylor is 2 away from a half century. So here's Saeed to Stephen Taylor, and he drives back to the bowler. And anything Stephen Taylor touches right now has fire attached to it. Driven back, and Saeed, who is one of the strike bowlers for this Orlando Galaxy team, put his hand to it. And this is it, nonchalantly just driving the ball back to the off spinner. And it was an attempted caught and bowl. And Saeed completely muffed it. And now Taylor gets his second chance. There it was, very catchable for the bowler. And a dot ball. So Taylor, 48 of 26. This being his 3rd life after 2 drop catches. Hits the pad and appeal for LBW, but it was the arm ball that continued down the leg side. And this is that delivery again by Saeed. Golden opportunity to get a caught and bowl off of Taylor, and completely misjudged it and hurt his hand in the process. So Taylor survives, and he scores 97 for 1 after 8.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Balagopala coming back for his third delivery. And this was outside off stump, completely beating Taylor. And the first three deliveries by the medium pacer have been very impressive. Balagopala to Stephen Taylor. Just short of a length again. Dave wants a single. But the big left-hander is not concerned with singles at the moment. Stephen Taylor, born in South Florida to Jamaican parents, Loveth and Sylvian Taylor. His father is an umpire. And he has represented teams in his CPL, played for Jamaica. Taylor again, high in the air. And it beats long off for 4. So Taylor gets his half century. A well-pitched up delivery by Balagopala. And driven away by the big left-hander. Splitting long on and long off for 4. He goes to 52. And it's been an incredible innings by the opener, setting the table. And the 100 also comes up for Atlanta Fire. Magnifying his innings. He has scored half of the team's runs in this 102. He is 52 off of 32. Whipped off his pads. So one more to the total. And that concludes the 9th over. It's 102 for 1. Did he get all of it? He did. A towering 6 by Taylor. And Saeed has been taken to the woodshed, dropping Taylor in the last over that he bowled to the left-hander on a caught and bowl scenario. And Stephen Taylor in this form, you can't give him extra lives. Gets to the pitch of it and hits this one all the way back to Atlanta. Using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, and the big Jamaican makes no mistake. The score goes to 109. He goes to 59. And he's gone after him again. Another big hit, and Saeed is in the middle of rough waters at the moment as he cannot find a dot ball against Taylor. Stephen Taylor takes his helmet off as he should, 65 off of 36. And He is getting to the pitch of the ball, and it is just a path of destruction at the moment for the tall left-hander. So a water break at the moment as Stephen Taylor continues to pile on the pressure, and a brilliant knock to be 60 plus, not out, as these teams take a valuable water break. And Atlanta Fire, who won the toss and elected to bat, are going guns at the moment, 115 for 1. So Stephen Taylor opening his shoulders, getting to the pitch of the ball, but this has been the scenario of his innings so far. He has led from in front, and he's put the Fire in an incredible start at 115 for 1, and this just being the 10th over. And he's hit the ball square of the wickets, back over the ground, through long on, through long off. And Orlando Galaxy can't seem to find a way back into this match, as Ash Dave, who's just playing a supportive role at the moment, and Taylor has been leading in front. So Atlanta Fire continue to be on the front foot. Saeed, the former Fort Lauderdale Lions bowler, who is now with the Galaxy, started off his first over at just for 3 runs, but he dropped Stephen Taylor in his last over and is now paying the full price. A very rare dot ball for the Galaxy. If you're just joining us, Atlanta Fire winning the toss, 115 for 1 in just the 10th over. And Taylor is down the ground, and it's smashed, but long off is there for protection. It's going to give Ash Dave a rare chance to bat, because Stephen Taylor has literally batted the last 2 overs after getting a single off the last ball in the last over. And now Dave, who's struggling after a fireworks beginning in his innings, has been struggling. And can Saeed go back to keeping him quiet? He does. Fantastic disrupt to beat the outside of the right-hander's bats. And the end of the 10th over, we're halfway through the innings, and Atlanta Fire are on fire, 116 for 1.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Quick look at the scorecard. It was Path Patel, who was roughed up in the first over, getting the wicket of Rajdeep Darbar for 10. But Stephen Taylor continuing his knock, and Ash Dave came into his innings, scored a lot of quick boundaries, but then was subdued and is 34 for 19. But Stephen Taylor, the talk of the town, 66 off of 38. And he drives to long off, and he beats long off. Well, when it rains, it pours for the Galaxy. Balagopala can't believe it. Went right through the wickets of long off. And Taylor gets a boundary that, as far as Orlando Galaxy is concerned, he did not deserve. Full toss, poor fielding. So Stephen Taylor rockets on to 70 off of a mere 39 deliveries. And the Atlanta Paramveers cricket ground is under attack by the tall left-handed Jamaican. Played for teams like the Barbados Tridents, the Jamaican Talawas, played for Guyana's CPL team, the Amazon Warriors, USA national team, and here he is with the Atlanta Fire. Plays across the line, and it's a wide delivery. Balagopala understandably trying to hide the ball. So do not adjust your stream. 10 overs in, and Atlanta Fire at 12.5 runs per over. This one's driven again through cover. Not a man move. The camera is in trouble, and Stephen Taylor is on to 78. Balagopala pitching up on off stump. Nothing terribly wrong with the delivery, just everything fantastically right. And look at that for technique, balance, hitting on the up. So 129 for one. So far in this over, 13 runs in the first 3 deliveries, 1 wide. So 3 successive boundaries against Balagopala, who had a pleasantly good over, his first over. And this one is just lifted over. Bounces over long off, but long on is there for protection. So a long single for Taylor. He goes to 79. Ash Dave, who's been prodding on his last 7 runs, coming all from singles. Here's the young prospect, USA prospect, Ash Dave, facing Balagopala. He tries to scoop it. Hits the toe of the bat. And the bowler has to field his own delivery. No run. So a valuable dot ball for Orlando Galaxy. This one is driven down the ground. So 1 more to the total. That's the end of the 11th. Dave is going to keep strike for the beginning of the 12th. It is 131 for 1.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So a new bowler, it is Bolasetti, who was just included into the 11 for the Orlando Galaxy in this match. did not play against the Raptors last Sunday. He will bowl his very first over for the Minor League Cricket 2024 season. Bowling to Ash Dave, 35 off of 21. So Bolasetti, the right-arm medium pacer, drifts down the pads to the right-hander. And Dave gets yet another single. Good news for the Galaxy. Dave has been subdued. But if you are not inch perfect as a bowler to the towering Jamaican left-hander, Stephen Taylor, you will pay the ultimate price. 79 off of just 42 deliveries. Bowling to Taylor, who just opens the face of the bat. And do they come back for two? Just a single. So Bolasetti, who has an older brother playing for Morrisville Raptors, he's a U19, played for the Eastern Conference USA trials. Orlando Galaxy saw his highlights, were impressed, and asked him to join the team, got him in the draft. And now he's bowling to Ash Dave. Short delivery, and it's going to be a wide. Here's Bolasetti, and it's almost like it's a wide full toss, call it what you want, over the shoulder, but it's not going to count. It's going to be a no ball. And because the batters cross, Bolasetti is going to have to bowl a free hit to Stephen Taylor, who's now scanning for options in the field. And this is some of Stephen Taylor's shots during his innings of 70 plus. Bolasetti, free hit to Taylor. And he tries to go after this one, an inside edge down to deep mid wickets, and they get a single. Actually, the batters do not cross. So Bolasetti, a single, two wides, a wide, then two more wides. And now a dot ball is trying to get through his first over in Minor League Cricket 2024. And Taylor goes after it. He gets to the pitch of the ball. It's high. And it drops short. And the fielder, does he keep it in play? He does, expertly fielded to save the boundary. Dropped a catch early on at the boundary, but a great recovery. Here's Bolasetti pitching up to Taylor. And it was at the long on boundary. An excellent stop. So Dave, who's been struggling, Bolasetti, and a scoop shot, and Dobson, and there's a slight appeal by Bolasetti. Umpires unmoved. The attempted scoop shot by Dave. And we'll get a second look. All eyes on the wicketkeeper Dodson. As he took the catch, did he appeal? Keeper looked not too interested. Bolasetti was the one who was excited. Not out the call. Bolasetti to Dave, and it's going to be another no ball. And the youngster, the U19 US player, has just bowled his 5th extra of the over. If not for the extras, it's been tidy. 8 runs so far in 4 deliveries. Bolasetti, good delivery outside off stump, and actually got an edge. And goes down to 3rd man. It's Scott down there. So buys the call. One more delivery remaining. Stephen Taylor in the mood. 81 off of 45. So Abi Bolasetti to Taylor. And it's well-pitched delivery in that corridor of uncertainty. Nothing Taylor can do with it. Just punch it down and get a single. So the end of 12 overs, 140 for 1. Atlanta Fire winning the toss and are officially on the front foot.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So it's going to be Scott to come in. Had a rough go of it in the field, dropping Taylor at the deep cover boundary when Taylor was early in his innings. And Scott will come in to bowl his medium pace to the left-hander. Can he make amends? Well, he starts off with a wide. Antonio Scott, who had a great knock against Morrisville Raptors, 24 of 12, provides a lot of power in the back end of the innings. Here he is bowling to Taylor and can't seem to find his line and length, and another wide. So Stephen Taylor on the go, 82 off of 46. Just flicked off his pads. And as a left-hander, you will feast on that all day long. Gets a single. So Antonio Scott to Dave, who goes high in the air. Did he get all of it? It's skying. Long off is coming under it and takes a catch. So a wicket falls. Orlando Galaxy get the breakthrough. And Scott, coming on after 2 wides, gets Axe Dave just holding it up a little bit. Dave never getting to the pitch of the ball. He was struggling, it must be said, in the last 15 minutes of his innings. And a good catch in the deep for the Galaxy. It's Dimitri Adams, who is one of the best fielders in minor league cricket, takes the catch. So Dave departs, 37 off of 27. Galaxy get their second wicket. It's 144 for 2. So Antonio Scott, the former Fort Lauderdale Lions player, now Orlando Galaxy, gets his wicket. And his lifetime career in minor league cricket, he only bowled 3 overs, got 1 wicket before this one, so his second wicket ever in this league. And he gets the dangerous young USA cricketer Axe Dave. And stepping in to the crease is Benjamin Kalitz. And this one is whipped away, and it gets a single for Kalitz. He's off the mark. Benjamin Kalitz in his last match against Atlanta Fire didn't perform well with the bat, and is going to try to make amends against the Orlando Galaxy today. Stephen Taylor against Scott. And this one beats the outside edge. Stephen Taylor made his first-class debut for Jamaica in the regional 4-day tournament in the Caribbean in the 2017-2018 season, and then played minor league cricket from 2021, and then played for New York in the Major League Cricket in 2023. And Antonio Scott is starting to feel the effects of the heat in Atlanta. Just taking a knee. Conditions aren't easy. And Scott, the all-rounder who has responsibility with the bat, is going to come off. He's making his way to the side. Got the wicket of Axe Dave after some wide deliveries. And now seems like he can't continue to finish his first over. So the Fort Lauderdale native is going to have to depart. And Orlando Galaxy has to get a bowler who has not bowled before. And it's going to be the left-arm spinner, Dimitri Adams. Dimitri Adams is going to have to come on and finish this over for Scott. Adams, just the 22-year-old left-hand orthodox spinner for the Galaxy. Played against the Raptors. And this one is towering high in the air and has gone for a maximum. Benjamin Kalitz greets Dimitri Adams in stylish fashion. And the off spinner just straight into the leg side. And the left-hander made the most of it. 6 more to the total. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander. And now Khalid just punching to the offside. So the 150 is up. Adams finishes the over for Scott. It is 151 for 2 after 13.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate present the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th to 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
So with Kalitz getting a single off the last ball, he will face the first delivery in the 14th over. So Benjamin Kalitz playing for the Canadian U19 cricket team. Will take stride against Bolasetti, who had a number of wides, but gave up just 9 runs in his first over. And taking into context the way this innings is going, 9 runs in 1 over is not bad in regards to Orlando Galaxy. Kalitz driving. So can Bolasetti take on the task of quieting or getting the wicket of Stephen Taylor, who's 89 off of 50, just needs 11 more for his century. Taylor whips this one off the thigh pad. There's no run, and Stephen Taylor has been a little subdued by the medium pace of Bolasetti, and then Scott in the previous over has certainly made the most against his spinners. Taking on Bolasetti. Driving, thick outside edge. Third man comes across. So he goes into the 90s, 153 for 2. Kalitz. And a slower delivery. Had Kalitz winding up. And no contact. Dot ball. And Bolasetti starting to get settled. Bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. And the former U19 Canadian international trying to find his form. Didn't do well against Atlanta Fire last Sunday. Oh, beats the outside edge. A quicker delivery by Bolasetti. Finding his line and length, and Khalid's having a hard time settling in. Khalid's in his last knock against the Fire on Sunday, 11 deliveries, 8 runs. Was outdone by Siddiqui. Good length delivery. And Khalid's gives Taylor back the strike with just 1 delivery remaining in the 14th. Stephen Taylor in the 90s. Just 52 deliveries. Facing Bolasetti, who's settling in nicely. Just short of a length. Dot ball and an excellent over by the medium pacer. Just 3 runs off of it. It's 155 for 2 after 14.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Khalid's facing Dimitri Adams, who had to finish the last 2 deliveries of Scott's over. Looks like the heat and exhaustion got the better of the man from Fort Lauderdale. And Adams comes in with a dot ball to Khalid's. Shorter delivery, pulled away, and it's been given the works. Well, for somebody who's struggling with form, Benjamin Khalid's just got a long hop and hit this one out of Rydell. This one seemed to have stuck into the fingers of Dimitri Adams. Dropped it way too short. And a baseball shot over mid-wicket for 6. Well, Dimitri Adams with Manav Patel, one of the pick of the bowlers against Morrisville Raptors last week, 4 overs, 2 for 19. Highly regarded as one of the best fielders in minor league cricket. And he finally gets back the ball. And there's going to be a ball inspection. And Adams is going to have to continue with what he has. Khalid. This one hurries on to him. Well, the extensive career in minor league for Dimitri Adams is quite impressive. His bowling statistics this just last season, 6 matches, 9 wickets. And here he is bowling to Taylor's back and he cuts. And there's protection at the boundary. So just one more for Taylor. The scoring rate has slowed for the big left-hander. But Benjamin Khalid, who has a 6 already in this over, faces Adams and pulls this one again. It's high in the air. Fielder gets under it and takes the catch. Khalid has to depart. A good take out in the deep. And it's Sudant who took the catch at deep mid-wicket. Khalid departs for 10 off of 9 deliveries. And Dimitri Adams gets the breakthrough. Khalid's going back to the well, trying to pull the ball from middle stump over mid-wicket. Didn't get all of it. And a good catch out in the deep for Adams to get his first wicket. So at the end of 15, it's 163 for 3. So Stephen Taylor, 91 off of 54, facing Bolasetti. And this one is a wide delivery, and Taylor dispatches it to the boundary. You can't bowl there to that man. You have to be inch perfect. Bolasetti straying, full delivery outside off stump. And it is absolutely smashed over cover. So he races on to 95. And joining him in the wicket for Stephen Taylor is Zia Mohammed Shahzad, who's run into some fine form himself. Bolasetti to Taylor. And it's a good delivery. Single to long off. So Shahzad will take strike. His last innings against Atlanta Lightning on Sunday, he made 24 off of 26 deliveries with 2 big sixes. So Shahzad facing Bolasetti. And this one hits him on the pad, is in a slight appeal, a muffled appeal. Looks like there was an inside edge. Bolasetti to Shahzad. Oh, and it's a good delivery outside off stump. Hit the seam and moved away from the right-hander. Took a little bit of pace off of it as well. So Bolasetti, 2 dot balls in succession against the new batter Shahzad. Again, outside off stump. And again, Shahzad is beaten. Can the Galaxy rebuild and bring some respectability back to this innings? Stephen Taylor has led from the beginning. 96 off 56. Well over half the runs for the 168 that's on the board. Atlanta Fire putting up a sizable total for the Central Floridians. Bolasetti, short delivery, pulled over the shoulder of Shazad. And that'll be the end of the 16th over. It'll be 168 for 3. But Bolasetti mixing things up. Slower deliveries, full deliveries. And he bangs one in short over Shazad, who has no idea where the delivery is. So 168 for 3 after 16. To Stephen Taylor, and he punches this one through cover. But at this point, it's such a defensive field. That Taylor is having a hard time picking out these spots. Taylor goes after this one. Does he get a boundary? He does. It's 100 for Stephen Taylor. A historic moment. His helmet comes off. Shazad's down the wicket. Off of only 58 deliveries. And the towering left-handed Jamaican, who was there from the beginning, drives this one through cover to pick up yet another boundary. And 102. He can take a bow, and he goes after Adams again. Not going to bother to run, as this one ends up back into the bushes. So Stephen Taylor caught out at the boundary after an incredible innings of 102 off of just 59 deliveries. Went after Adams, and the right-hander off spinner just drifting outside off stump. Taylor reaching for it, and the fielder at deep backward point taking the catch. So Taylor departs for 102 off of 59. Atlanta Fire lose their 4th wicket for 174. And Dimitri Adams gets his 2nd wicket. The strike bowler for Orlando Galaxy is bringing some respectability back to this innings. But not after Stephen Taylor with an incredible century to set the table. And this one beats Palmer, all ends up. Paul Palmer was dismissed off a first ball duck against the Fire on Sunday. And looks like he's still trying to find some form. This one's tossed up and driven away on the full. So Palmer is off the mark, and Shazad, the right-hander, who was struggling in his first 4 deliveries against Bolasetti, is going to have his first chance against Adams. But the story of the match, Stephen Taylor, 102 off of 59 deliveries, setting the table for Atlanta Fire at 175 for 4. Shazad goes after this one. It's a towering shot, and it's gone for 6. So he's off the mark with every intention of delivering fireworks coming on to the end of this innings. Goes after Adams. and dispatches it over mid-wicket for 6.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Paul Palmer, who's off the mark after just 2 deliveries. Facing Bolasetti, he's bowling his 4th over in succession. So because of the left-hander, right-hander combination, there's going to be a number of field changing in between deliveries. And Bolasetti is going to come over the wicket to the right-hander, and around the wicket to the left-hander. Bowling to Shahzad. Sweeps this one away. And Shahzad is not wasting any time. A slog sweep for 6 against Adams in the last over, and now sweeps Bolasetti for 4 in successive deliveries. Pitching this one up down the leg side, and Shahzad very strong in that area. Picks up another boundary. Shahzad 10 off of 6. Bolasetti down the leg side again, and it's a wide delivery. Excellent take by Dobson. Atlanta fire 187 for 4, 200 in range. Orlando Galaxy, who would have felt hard done about not playing their matches in Central Florida this weekend because of previous weather, and now in Atlanta. And Shahzad goes after this one. A cross-batted shot. And it's gone for 6. Shahzad taking the fight to Bolasetti. A sweep for 4. And now a slog over long on for 6. Wasn't a bad delivery. He just got all of it, Shahzad. And 6 more to the total. So 12 runs already in this 4th and final over for Bolasetti. So just 1 more to the total. And there's been a misfield. Do they go for 2? They did. So 2 more for Shahzad. He is rocketing on to 18 off of 8 after a slow start. His first 4 deliveries were dot balls and has gotten 18 off of his last 4. Bolasetti. And a heave, and Bolasetti gets his man. He has bowled Shahzad. And a bit of a comeback for the medium pacer, who was roughed up. Shahzad departs for 18 off of 9 deliveries. And Bolasetti, stump to stump bowling, they call it. Nothing special, just accuracy. And Shahzad, who has been trying to get a move on, swinging for the trees. Bolasetti pitching it up right down Broadway and clattering the stumps. So 195 for 5. Bolasetti gets his first wicket for 32 runs. And here's a better delivery, actually a better view. And a better delivery by Bolasetti. Hitting the leg stump. And Shazad has to depart, not after scoring 18 off of 9. So one delivery remaining in Bolasetti's spell. And it's Cornet Dry, the former US international player. Fast bowler at heart and big hitter while at the wicket. And it's a peel by Bolasetti, but it's going to be a bye. And Cornet Dry will face the next delivery in the first of the 18th.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
You look at the over by over charts. Stephen Taylor doing most of the damage while he was at the wicket, understanding he scored 102 off of 59. Orlando Galaxy sort of brought things back to regulation in the 14th, 15th, and 16th. But Shazad and Khalid both scoring boundaries in succession to get this total to 196 for 5. As Atlanta Fire are going to cruise past the 200 mark. 2 overs remaining. And Balagopala, the medium pacer, set to bowl to Cornet Dry, who's replacing Shazad, who scored 18 off of 9 after getting bowled by Bolasetti. Tries. Well, one thing in mind for Cornet Dry, hit this ball high and hit it hard. Balagopala gets a valuable dot ball and is going to do everything in his power to throw the big right-handed fast bowler off balance. Drives down the ground, gets a thick outside edge. And is it a catch? It is. Cornet Dry has to depart. That short third man, Balagopala, seeing Cornet Dry coming down the wicket, pitches it outside off stump. Dry goes after it and is held out at that short third man fielder. So Dry departs for 1. Galaxy now have 2 wickets in their last 4 deliveries. Scores 196 for 6. Balagopala gets his first wicket. So a bit of a revival for the Galaxy. So new batter is stretching and getting ready to take strike as Balagopala gets his first wicket. Good delivery, and it's Uden. Shaif Uden, in his last knock, got 6 runs off of 5 deliveries against the Fire on Sunday. But I tell you what, he was the pick of the bowlers and the player of the match in that very contest. Got 4 for 13 with the ball, Uden. And now Palmer Outside off stump on a wide delivery, and Balagopala will have to do it again. Balagopala wide outside off stump, and it's flashed away. A square drive. Palmer goes to 3. Udin now facing his second delivery. Eight deliveries left in this innings. Atlanta Fire on 199. Goes after this one, and I believe he's gotten all of it. A flat 6 off of the bat of Udin. He smashed it. It never really got up in the air, but it was a flat as you can get. It was on a rope. As Balagopala pitches this one up right into the slot, Udin got to the pitch of it. Got to the toe of the bat, it has to be said. And the fielder couldn't keep it in play. So the 100 up, 200 up, I should say. And that one was actually a 4, not a 6. So 203 for 6 for Atlanta Fire. Balagopala, slower delivery. Batters thinking of 2, and they're going to get it. Udin getting a move on. A 4 in the last delivery, 2 in the most recent. And that is the end of the 19th over. 6 deliveries left, 205 for 6.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So the opening bowler, Desai, who was roughed up by Stephen Taylor, just like about everyone else from this Orlando Galaxy team, his first 2 overs cost 32 runs. And he's coming back to bowl the last over to Paul Palmer. Short delivery is a good short delivery. Did Dobson get it? Does not. Another boundary. Leg buys the signal. So Desai coming in with some aggression. And it's going to be a short pitch delivery. It took a nasty hop. And it came off the shoulder of Palmer. 4 more to extras. And his score goes to 209 for 6. Little discussion by Palmer and the umpire. Maybe Palmer's saying he got an edge to that. So 209 for 6. Atlanta Fire have really taken Orlando Galaxy to the woodshed in this opening innings. Run rate at 10.9 and over. And Desai to Palmer, who swings past square leg. Deep mid wicket comes across. So the left-handed Uden, who hit a boundary in the last over, facing Desai. And he'd go after this one. It's high in the air. Fielder's coming across, and it drops just short. One more to the total. Palmer. Outside off stump. And the umpire is unmoved. So a dot ball. Palmer can't believe it. Desai. Full toss outside off stump, and Palmer's not even going to run that. He has smashed that out of Rydell for 6. Desai, 2 full, 2 straight. And Palmer just putting his wrist right through it. So a maximum to Palmer. 217 for 6. Last delivery of this innings. Palmer cuts away. Does he get a boundary? He does. What a finish for Atlanta Fire. Palmer, 2 successive 4s to close out the innings. 221 for 6. The last shot was over mid-off for 4. Desai just dropping this one a little bit shorter, opening the face of the bat, cutting away, and getting a boundary. And the way the inning started is the way it ends, with a boundary for Atlanta Fire. 221 for 6. The story of the day, Stephen Taylor, 102 off of 59 deliveries. He not only set the table, but he dominated proceedings to set this total, this target of 222 for Orlando Galaxy. Ash Dave, who started off well, but was subdued, finished with 37. Shazad, a quick-fire 18. Palmer did his job, 14 off of 9. But Atlanta Fire won the toss, went into bat, and made the most of it. 11 runs are over they've scored throughout their 20, and they put up 221 as the target. Bowling figures, well, nothing much to talk about here. Bolasetti bowled his full 4 overs and was 1 for 32. Maybe the best of the bowlers. Manav Patel, 2 overs, none for 35, was roughed up. But the rest of the bowlers could not handle Stephen Taylor and company. Saeed, 3 overs, none for 23, the most economical. But they were taken behind the woodshed, Orlando Galaxy, and now have to find a way of getting 200 of 22 in their innings set by Atlanta Fire. As we come back for the second innings. Stephen Taylor, the story of the match, 102 off of 59. Dave with 37. Dimitri Adams got 2 wickets for 27. Scott, who couldn't finish his over because of fatigue, 1 over, 1 for 4. And Patel, 1 for 20. So when we return, Orlando Galaxy have a chance to take guard and go after 222 off of their 20 overs. We'll be right back. First delivery. Atlanta Fire have won the toss, elected to bat on this 10 runs to Dave, and Dave drives through the covers. And it's going to be another boundary. Taylor over the top. It's high in the air. And it is in the woods. And I've been to this ground. And it's now coming through and around the wicket to the right-handed Dave, who drives over the top. And that's going to be a 6. Patel. Dave goes over the top. Beats mid on and goes for 4. Patel. Dave driving again. And this one is over point. And is it taken in the deep? From the looks of things, Dave gets back and pulls this one. It was a long hop. And it was given the ketchup, the mustard. Patel, Taylor, whipped off his pads and is high in the air. And this one is in the trees. And with a wide call in the last delivery, Stephen Taylor has the last say and hits a massive 6. And this one is high in the air. Taylor not wasting any time. Here's Saeed to Stephen Taylor. And he drives back to the bowler. Taylor again, high in the air. And it... Did he get another big hit? And Saeed is in the middle of 66 off of 38. And he drives to long off and he beats long off. This one's driven again through cover. Not Antonio Scott. To Dave, who goes high in the air. Did he get all of it? It's skying. Long off is coming under it and takes a catch for the Galaxy. Played against the Raptors. And this one is towering high in the air. And is gone of the man from Fort Lauderdale. And Adams comes in with a dot ball to Khalid. Shorter delivery, pulled away. And it's been given the works. Faces Adams and pulls this one again. It's high in the air. Fielder gets under it and takes the catch. Khalid has to be facing Bolasetti. And this one is a wide delivery and Taylor dispatches it to spots. Taylor goes after this one. Does he get a boundary? He does. It's 100 for Stephen Taylor. He can take a bow and he goes after Adams again. Not going to bother to run as this one ends up back into the bushes. 175 for 4. Shazad goes after this one. It's a towering shot. Bowling to Shazad. Sweeps this one away. And Shazad is not wasting any time. And now in Atlanta. And Shazad goes after this one. A cross-batted shot. Bolasetti. And a heave, and Bolasetti drives down the ground, gets a thick outside edge. And is it a catch? Goes after this one, and I believe he's gotten all of it. To Paul Palmer. Short delivery is a good short delivery. Did Dobson get it? Does not. Another Desai. Full toss, outside off stump, and Palmer's not even going to run that. Last delivery of this innings, Palmer cuts away. Does he get a boundary? He does. What a finish for Atlanta.
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
We are back in Atlanta Paramvere's Cricket Complex, where the Orlando Galaxy have the daunting task of chasing 221 runs. Yep, 222 needed for victory. Stephen Taylor, the man on a mission, 102 off of 59 deliveries, set the table for Atlanta Fire, who won the toss and elected to bat first. And boy, did they deliver. And now Orlando Galaxy have to try to respond. And taking first strike is the wicketkeeper batter, Akeem Dodson, who had 34 runs off of 43 deliveries against the Morrisville Raptors. And he's going to face the player of the match in the last match in the Atlanta Fire Lightning series, Udin. And this one is whipped away off his pads, and it's going to be a boundary. The batter in form against the bowler in form, and the batter just won the battle. First delivery of this new innings, straying down the leg side. Well, I should say middle stump, not too much down the leg side. And Dodson, the man in form, making the most of it. So the Galaxy start off on the right foot, the front foot, and they get 4 runs. And this one is down the leg side. And it's going to be a wide as Udin is having a hard time finding his line and length. Here is Udin to Dodson. Coming back into the right to the left-hander. Gets a single. Actually, players don't run. So dot ball for Udin. Udin's figures against Atlanta Lightning was 3 overs, 4 for 13, and got the valuable wicket on the last ball of the match. Full delivery, and Dodson doesn't miss many of those. Coverage out on the leg side boundary. 2 more to the total. So Akeem Dodson, the man in form, facing Udin. Short delivery, just guided down by points. And they're going to get an overthrow. So what was an easy single turned into 2. And the Galaxy, who have to chase 11 runs and over for the complete 20 overs, are now at 9 off their first 4 deliveries. Best delivery so far by Udin, but they still get a single. Positive run in between Romario King and Dodson. So Romario King, who did not play the last match against Morrisville Raptors, who was brought into this lineup today, will take strike to Udin, who's going to bowl his last ball of the first over. Romario King, not very successful so far in minor league cricket, just 4 overs, 3 innings, only 6 runs. Has had a rough go of it. And he just pushes this one to the offside. And he's off the mark. A direct hit. But King was there safely. And that's the end of Innings and Atlanta Fire's first over. It is 10 without loss.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate present the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th to 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
Romario King, who got a single off the last ball, facing corner dry, and it's a leading edge. Corner dry, the statuesque right-hand fast bowler for this Atlanta Fire team. You have Stephen Taylor at the front of the lineup, and then you have corner dry, either opening the bowling or just after. They provide such an awkward opposition, Atlanta Fire. So talented, with two strike players, a bowler and a batter. Here's dry to Dodson. Short delivery, inside edge. And it's one of those where he's not going to rub it, Dodson, but he would like to. Corner dry often bowls with such pace. Plays for South Africa. Well, he's from South Africa, corner dry. From Cape Town. This one is pitched up. Dodson is driving. And it's Khalid's. So a quick single means Romario King back on strike. Like we mentioned, Romario King, only 6 runs from his first 3 innings in minor league cricket. Played for the Galaxy last season. Dry. Short delivery. King gets some of it. It's high in the air. And a boundary for the Orlando Galaxy. And a bit of a relief for Romario King, who has struggled in his first 3 innings in minor league cricket. A short delivery by Dry. And King turned on it in a flash. So an adjustment of the field on the leg side. Here is corner dry. On off stump, finds his line and length. But still these two speedy batters get a single and a thumbs up by King. Corner dry, 31 years old. Played for the LA Knight Riders. So to the South Africa under-19 national team. Dodson's got some lift, corner dry. And it looks like he got more of the handle of the bat or the glove than anything else. Dodson was trying to cut, but the ball was pitched very close to him, and that's the end of the second over. And Orlando Galaxy on pace, 20 without loss.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Udin, who was roughed up in his first over, will come back for his second. Bowling to the left-handed Dodson, 11 off of 8. This one coming back into the left-hander, and it's going to be a no ball. Bowled by Udin. Umpire just making it very clear where Udin stepped. And he wants protection out on the leg side. Udin, he immediately pointed for the deep backward square and the deep mid wicket. As this left-handed, right-handed combination has the field moving back and forth. Short delivery, top edge, 4 runs. Well, it may not be pretty, but it's effective. Udin's banging in this one short. And Romario King turning on it. Big outside edge. And 4 runs to the total. Score goes to 27 without loss. So Udin just making some changes. Has a deep fine leg now, as they try to retrieve this ball so we could get back underway. It's a thick brush all around the field, except for behind the umpire, or where Udin is coming from. On the leg side of the right-handed batter, Romario King, there are other fields, and to the right of the umpire, but behind the wickets and to the right, or the offside to the right-hander, there's thick brush and trees. And looks like the fielders are having a hard time locating this ball. Romario King hurries on to 13 off of 5 deliveries. And Orlando Galaxy, with that daunting task of 11 runs and over for the full 20 overs, are starting off the right track. King 13, Dodson 11. Putting pressure on Udin and Cornet Dry. So the ball is back in Udin's hands after the thick outside edge, well, top edge, I should say, getting a boundary for Romario King. Oh, and it wraps him on the pad. Huge appeal for LBW, and the umpire's given it. It kept low. Romario King can't believe it. But Udin gets the breakthrough. Atlanta Fire get their first wickets. They score 27 for 1. Romario King departs. 13 off of just 6 deliveries. But it must be said, this delivery never really got up. Kept low, and it was going to crash right into middle stump. No choice. Romario King has to go back to the pavilion. 27 for 1. So coming to the wicket is Parth Patel. The dismissal of Romario King coming from Udin, LBW, for 13 off of 6 deliveries. And Orlando Galaxy, who started so positively between these two openers, are now going to have to face, well, now going to have to settle in a new batter in Parth Patel. Didn't have any luck with the ball, Patel. Against the, well, this is the delivery from Udin to Romario King. It scooted on and was going to crash into middle stump. Tough break for the batter, but excellent bowling. So Parth Patel, who had 3 runs against the Morrisville Raptors last weekend in 5 deliveries, faces Udin. Again, this one not getting up to it, which should be. But Patel gets his bat to it. Patel facing Udin. Again, outside off stump, a teasing delivery. And Udin, who struggled in his first over, is hitting his straps in his second. Gave up a boundary against Romario King on a top edge. And now in his last 3 deliveries has been a wicket and 2 dot balls. This time is just squirted to point and they get a single. So Patel is off the mark, 28 for 1. And this is exactly what Atlanta Fire needed after Orlando Galaxy started in such positive fashion. Udin bouncing back, so far a wicket and just 6 runs in this over. Dodson cuts away and it's through cover and it's a boundary. Well, he's continued where he's left off, Hakeem Dodson. Rocks bat on the back foot and just cuts through cover. Ball not coming on to the bat like it should. So instead of going through square, it ends up going to cover. Boundary nonetheless. 4 more to the total, and the Galaxy stay on target at 32 for 1 after 3. So Amila Ponzo, the 3rd highest wicket taker so far in minor league cricket 2024 season, has been the star of the show for Atlanta Fire. And he is the skipper, and he's brought himself on, has opened the bowling against Atlanta Lightning. But now in just the 4th over, will be replacing Corne Dry. Bowling to Parth Patel. And Patel lets this one go. And because he didn't play a shot, and Parth Patel is departing. Was that a stumping? Or was he bowled? Amila Ponzo, weaving his magic wand, the left-handed spinner, has bowled Parth Patel. Didn't pick up the line, expertly pitched from ball number 1, and it hits the top of off. Here's a better angle. Very first delivery by Aponzo. Pitches it on middle. It spins, hits the top of off. And there goes another batter for the Galaxy. Comprehensively bowled. Aponzo does the trick. Comes on in his very first delivery. Fantastic delivery. And Atlanta Fire immediately get back on top through their captain Aponzo, one of the leading wicket takers in minor league cricket 2024, and just completely bamboozles the batters as Parth Patel from Missouri departs, and the USA U19 cricketer completely outdone. So a new batter for the Galaxy. And he cuts this one away and gets off the mark. So Akeem Dodson, who had 34 off of 43 against St. Louis last match, is still out there. Orlando Galaxy started off well, but now the Fire through Aponzo and Udine are coming right back into the match. And the sweep completely beats Dodson. Aponzo. Is that appeal for LBW, and he's given. Dodson has to depart. And an absolute masterclass by Aponzo. This one didn't turn. It went straight on. And it completely beat Dodson. It wrapped him on the pad. Played across the line of the ball. And boy, oh boy, the Sri Lankan international, Amila Aponzo, has immediately stepped into this match and started spinning a web. 2 wickets in 4 deliveries. And Orlando Galaxy cannot find or pick up this man's delivery. Just 31 years of age, Aonzo, and for a spinner, that is young. And the Sri Lankan international in his minor league 2024 season continues to climb the ladder for most wickets. So new batter will be Vidal Balagopala and Dimitri Adams is there as well. Adams, his first delivery, and it's a wide by Aonzo. Very uncharacteristic by the Sri Lankan left-arm spinner. Aonzo again. Adams is forward. And he's so dominant, Aonzo. This is a T20 match. And players like Adams, who are experienced in minor league cricket, have to play it like it's a test match. Just sort of see him out. Again, it's the one that goes straight on, the arm ball. And the end of the 4th over, and Aonzo has weaved his magic spell. 2 wickets in it. The Galaxy lose 3 wickets now. 34 for 3 after 4. So it's the Centurion, Stephen Taylor, about to bowl his off spinners to the right-handed Balagopala. This one is flat, doesn't turn, continues on. So Balagopala. And this one does turn, and Stephen Taylor has Balagopala second guessing out there. Outside off stump, and it's a 3rd successive dot ball as Stephen Taylor continuing his brilliance with the bat and with the ball. Taylor, Balagopala punched and finally gets him away, but no run. This one outside off stump. He could bowl a maiden, Stephen Taylor. Should we call minor league cricket? The Centurion is about to bowl a maiden. And he can just do about everything, Stephen Taylor. You can do your taxes as well. There he is. And they finally get him away. And it's going to just be a single. On Sunday against Atlanta Lightning, Stephen Taylor was 3 overs, none for 22. And he's just bowled his first over for 1 run. So 5 overs gone, 35 for 3.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Amelia Ponzo, the Sri Lankan international who caught 2 wickets in his first 6 deliveries, is now 1 over 2 for 2. Is completely bamboozling Balagopala. And this one is cut away. Here's Amelia Ponzo, and this one is driven down the ground, and it's a boundary. It's a big hit. 6 runs. Huge heave and a towering 6. Just what the doctor ordered for Orlando Galaxy.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Stephen Taylor, after spinning a web in his first over, just giving up 1 run, has now given up 3 in his first 2 deliveries. But still, Atlanta Fire very much on top, 49 for 3, with the mammoth total of 222, the target. Dimitri Adams, who has faced 2 deliveries, is yet to get off the mark. But he's playing alongside Balagopala, who has slogged his way to 16. Adams cuts. So another dot ball. Stephen Taylor just doing some redirecting on the field. It's a short delivery, almost a long hop. Adams just sort of reaches, leaves the bat out there. And it's 4 runs for Adams. So he's off the mark with a boundary. And when it comes to Stephen Taylor, this is an untidy over. So the 50 is up for Orlando Galaxy, 53 for 3. Power play is completed. And Stephen Taylor is operating. Again, this one hurries on to the left-hander. This one is tossed up, and Taylor gets Adams rather on the toe of the bat, but they're still going to get 2. And the score goes to 55 for 3 after 7 overs. Orlando Galaxy still trying to mount an attack to get this mammoth total.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Balagopala, 16 off of 15, brought some fireworks with some big hits when he came into the inning. And it's Subramanian who had 2 overs, none for 16 against the Lightning on Sunday. So Balagopala checking his field as Subramanian, the medium pacer, Outside off stump and has Balagopala reaching. Subramanian. This one is off the back foot, but just sort of punched the extra cover. Gets a single. Score goes to 56 for 3. And Orlando Galaxy, who started off so well with the two openers in Romario King and Dodson. King got dismissed LBW for Uden, which dragged Atlanta Fire right back into the innings. And then Amelia Ponzo came on, the Sri Lankan international, and got 2 wickets in his first over to peg Orlando Galaxy all the way back. Outside off stump, runs the ball down to third man. Beautifully played by Adams. This being a very important weekend for Orlando Galaxy. 2 of their matches rained out. They got a point for each. They have 2 points. Lost to Morrisville Raptors. This weekend's games were supposed to be played in Groveland, Central Florida, the home of Orlando Galaxy. And because of the rain-sodden pitch, they have to play their matches in Atlanta, right in Atlanta Fire's backyard. So Dimitri Adams. This one has just opened the face of the bat and a lovely square drive off the back foot. So 1 more for the total. $59 for 3. Last ball of the 8th. Subramanian didn't get any wickets against the Lightning on Sunday. Can he get one today? Outside off stump. And that will be a dot ball to finish the 8th over. Is it? It is. So 8 overs gone, 59 for 3.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tyre Real Estate presents the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th to 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
Quick recap of today's play. Stephen Taylor, the story, 102 off of 59, setting the table for a mammoth 221 total from Atlanta Fire. Dave pitched in with 37. Not much to talk about. Dimitri Adams got 2 wickets. He's always in the wickets discussion. And now Balangopala trying to respond with 15. Adams currently not out as well. But Amelia Ponzo, 2 for 13, has pegged the Galaxy back in their response. Adams is forward, no run. And he's gone after him. Taylor finally pitched one up. And Adams met him down the track and gets 4. Well, Stephen Taylor, who started off well in his first over, they scored heavily in his second. This is third Coming around the wicket to the left-hander, tosses it up, and Dimitri Adams just sat there and drove it to extra cover for 4. Adams cuts. There's no run. Actually, they squeeze out a single. It looks like Adams thought better of it and did not run. So he scores 65 for 3. Stephen Taylor trying to close the door on this Galaxy team. The sweep, no appeal for LBW. And they get a leg by. Well, just to give you an idea of how accomplished Dimitri Adams is, his long storied minor league cricket career, played 34 matches, just average about 13. Here's Taylor. And this one spins a mile, but Balagopala just punches it to cover. So Stephen Taylor's over is completed. 9 in the books. Galaxy prodding on, 66 for 3.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Subramanian will operate his second over. His first over just went for 4 runs to Dimitri Adams. And Adams tries to pull it, but it hurried onto him. These two teams will be right back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern start, as the Southern Division continues to roll on. Opening the face of the bat, and Balagopala came halfway down the track and back up. So coming into today's play, Baltimore Royals, 6 matches, 9 points. Morrisville Raptors, 6 matches, 9 points. Atlanta Fire, 5 matches, 4 points. Off the pace, so to Atlanta Lightning. Orlando Galaxy and Fort Lauderdale Lions, 2 points and 0 points apiece. Dimitri Adams opening the face of the bat, driving to cover. And that run rate starting to creep up. It's now 14 required. They had the impossible task of needing 11 per over. Balagopala, 18 off of 21. It's a slower delivery. And the keeper loves it. Hot sunny day in Paramvere's Cricket Complex in Rydell, Georgia. Long gone is the remnants of Francine that was last weekend, where there was rain interrupted play. Reaching for it. No wide call by the umpire. Balagopala can't believe it. Just one run so far in this 10th over. One delivery remaining. Pulled by Balagopala. Long on comes across, but they get 2. 3 runs in the 10th. It's 69 for 3 after 10. Orlando Galaxy's scorecard. Dodson and King started off so well. Then Ugin got one to creep, got King LBW. Then Amelia Ponzo came on and started to spin his web. His first delivery, unplayable delivery. Parth Patel could only look at the ball, pitch on middle, hit the top of off. And then Akeem Dodson, one that continued on. LBW to Ponzo. And right now, Balagopala and Dimitri Adams trying to rebuild things. 153 needed in the last 10 overs. Udin, the opening bowler, 1 for 21. Corner dry, just for the 1 over, none for 10. He'll be saved for later on in the innings. But Amelia Ponzo came on, brought himself on, got 2 wickets, just for 13 runs. Stephen Taylor, 3 overs, none for 17. And Shazad will be coming in to bowl his leg spinners and cut away by Adams. Excellent fielding in the deep. Just a long single. And that's what you call protection for the bowler. Here is Shazad. And this one is lifted high in the air. Extra cover is going to take the catch. It's that man, Ash Dave, in the deep. Safe pair of hands. Takes the catch. And Shazad gets the breakthrough. So the leg spinner getting Balagopala to commit to the drive. Never got to the pitch of it. Just put his hands through it. And Dave taking a comfortable catch at deep extra cover. So 70 for 4. A chance for the players to get some water. Dimitri Adams out there at 17 off of 16. And we're going to sit tight until after the mini water break. So the new batter, Saeed, the former Fort Lauderdale all-rounder. Oh, it was a wrong on by Shazad, who's full of confidence after getting the wicket. This one just hurried on and came back into the right-hander. And for Saeed, his very first delivery. And now he sweeps. And gets a boundary. And that's what you get from a leg spinner. They're there to take wickets. It's not the perfect art. You will get loose deliveries like this one. And Saeed made the most of it. 4 more to the total, and Saeed is off the mark. Shazad in his last match against the Lightning. This one's pitched up, hits the toe. On Sunday, he bowled 4 overs, 2 for 34. And he's there for one reason: take wickets in the middle part of the innings with protection. There's that rung on again. And at the pitch of the ball is Saeed. And that is the end of over number 11. It's 74 for 4. Subramanian continuing, and it's a sweep by Adams, and this one has gone a long way. Yep, those are those cricket fields we were talking about on the far side. Dimitri Adams down on one knee and sweeping Subramanian onto the other cricket fields. Fantastic shot by Adams. Dimitri Adams, his highest score in minor league cricket was a 44. And he tries to pull this one, and it's going to be a dot ball. So Adams is 23 off of 18. Orlando Galaxy need an incredible 16.38 run rate per over to get within that 222. Opening the face of the bat, and third man comes into play. Subramanian to Saeed. And a quicker, shorter delivery. Rocking Saeed on the back foot. And this wicket has been holding up, making batters believe that it's going to slow up off the wicket. But that one sort of hurried on to Saeed. So the second guessing is very much in play. Pitched up and just pushed into the offside, almost like a dab. Udin did get one to creep low to get Romario King for LBW. So Subramanian may get some assistance. And this one is driven right through the line of the ball. And it's going to be just a single. And that is the end of the 12th over. 81 for 4 after 12. So Shazad, who got a wicket in the last over, continuing. And another sweep by Saeed. Shazad. Again, at getting some turn. A natural leg spinner. But if Saeed's memory serves him well, his first delivery was a googly that completely confuffled him. And Shazad proving he can turn the ball both ways. Here's that sweep, getting to the pitch of the ball. And that's what you do to leg spinners. If you can get your foot to the pitch, you can smother it and get runs behind square. Again, that's the wrong one. This time the left-hander. Adams having a hard time with it. Usually the out ball against the right-handers, but going away from the left-hander just picks up a valuable dot ball. And Adams gets to the pitch of this one, high in the air, and it's gone for 6. Towering hit. And the player's bus was in trouble for a minute. And that is the end of Shazad's over. The wicket taker, and like we said, leg spinners can't pay the price. Over pitching, and Adams staying his crease and just played right through the line of the ball for a towering 6. 13 overs gone.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So the main man is back on. Amelia Aonzo, the left-arm orthodox spinner from Sri Lanka. And immediately Almost rattling side stumps. Got an inside edge onto the pad, almost rolled back onto the stumps. 89 for 4. This one tossed up, outside edge, in the air, and safety. Whether it's the inside edge onto the stumps or the outside edge close to a fielder, Amelia Aonzo is proving impossible to play. Dimitri Adams coming down to side for a quick word with the former Fort Lauderdale Lions player. Tossed up and just turned around to backward point. They get a single and they get an overthrow. Two more to the total. Saeed gets the double figures. Aonzo. Flat delivery, and that speed and bounce got the better of Saeed. Atlanta Fire winning by the narrowest of margins against the Lightning on Sunday. This one tossed up and looks like a 4-day match when Aonzo is bowling, as batters really have no clue how to pick up that line. Again, just turn around the corner by Saeed. No run. So at the end of 14 overs, it is 93 for 4.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So a boundary, and Shahzad proving to be a little expensive despite getting the wickets. He's 1 for 12 after 2. But Dimitri Adams, who is now seeing the ball clearly, it's a short delivery, thick outside edge. And sometimes that's the best shot in the book. 4 more to the total. And Dimitri Adams, like we mentioned, his highest score, 44 in minor league cricket. He's 34 off of 22. Shahzad. Short delivery and inside edge. Somehow gets past the stumps. And Adams gets another boundary. 100 comes up for Orlando Galaxy. Quick correction. It's not a boundary. Deep fine leg. Tosses it back in. So just one more to Adams. 98 for 4. Late cut. Lots of protection for Shahzad in that area. The run rate is at a whopping 21.88. As the Galaxy are looking on the end of a barrel, but that's a huge hit by Saeed. That one's still going. Absolutely smashed by Shoaib Saeed. Shahzad pitching it up, too much air, too full. And too much bat from Saeed. This one driven to mid-off. Score 105 for 4. That towering 6 when Saeed brought up the 100 for the Galaxy. But just to give you an idea of what the Fire did, Adams is down the track and he pulls this one. Gets a single. The 222 that the Fire put up, it took something magical, and Stephen Taylor delivered that magic. And it's the end of 15 overs, 5 overs to go. The Galaxy still far behind.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Galaxy in the red. And it is adults amongst children when you look at that graph. Only in the 15th over, the last one, did the Galaxy outscore the Fire. It's been blue on top of red in this Friday edition of Minor League Cricket 2024. Aonzo, flat, Adams. Just a single. No, they come back for 2. Excellent running between the wickets, between Saeed and Adams, putting the pressure on long off. Adams goes after it, outside edge, but it's high in the air, and it's taken out in the deep. Aonzo gets the breakthrough. It's that man, Dave. Safe pair of hands at deep cover, takes another catch. Took the winning catch against the Lightning a week ago. Got the outside edge, and Dave came across and made a hard catch look easy. So Aonzo gets his 3rd wicket. And the Orlando Galaxy staring straight down the barrel of a gun. Adams departs 38 off of 26. Galaxy 108 for 5. And Antonio Scott, who had to depart from the field after just bowling 4 deliveries and getting a wicket, had to depart from exhaustion because of the heat, is getting a chance to bat at 108 for 5. He comes to the wicket to join Saeed. Scott, on Sunday against Morrisville Raptors, had a lightning innings. 24 off of 12. 1-4 and 2 big sixes. But he's up against a formidable foe in Emilio Aonzo, the Sri Lankan international. Who now has figures of 3.2 overs, 3 for 19. And he go and Scott is trying to sweep Aonzo first ball into the trees and almost lands up on his shoulder. Aonzo to Scott, a flat delivery. Just punches it away for no run. And he just made one innings before this, got 3 runs before the 24 that he had last week. So a very short minor league cricket career. And now he's bowling. Aonzo gets Scott. All ends up. Antonio Scott came in there, swung three times, missed all 3 times, and was finally bowled by Emilio Aonzo. Aonzo on his very last delivery. 4 overs, 4 for 19. Incredible performance by the skipper. On his last delivery to Scott, going after it, he tossed it up, completely beaten with the lack of pace and turn, and was comprehensively bowled. Scott not picking up the line of the ball, completely beaten with the flight, and he heads back to the pavilion for duck. 108 for 6 after 16. So the leg spinner Shazad to continue. Flat delivery. And it's pulled by Saeed. Did he get all of it? He did. Another maximum to Saeed. Rocked back on the back foot. Played within his crease. It was a flat delivery by the leg spinner. And just pummeled back overhead. Off the back foot. Extraordinary shot. And this one is over mid-wicket. And it's going to be another boundary. It's a 6. And Saeed is going to get a move on. Back overhead the ball before, this time over mid-wicket. And Shoaib Saeed, the all-rounder, former Fort Lauderdale Lion. And this one goes down to the 3rd-man boundary for 4 more. So 16 runs in 3 deliveries. Saeed races to 33 off of 23. Galaxy 124 for 6. Need 98 off 3.3. And that's a reverse sweep. And Saeed right now is in full command over Shazad. 20 runs in 4 deliveries. Can Saeed continue? He does. Gets after this one. And it's gone. Oh! Did he retain the catch? Thumbs up? Well, we may need a review here. Smash by Saeed. Deep mid-wicket is there. Get their hands to it. Look at the feet. And boy, it looks like his right foot may have been on the rope right there when he took the catch. Incredible effort. But Saeed departs, looks like. Here's that big 6, that heave. Got 2 hands on the ball. Expertly done, it must be said. He's rocking back. Question is, the right foot, when he makes contact with the ball there, that's the question. And he's gone after this one. Over point. So Shazad, who's proving to be expensive. Saeed on 41. Beats him outside off stump, and that is 17 overs in the books. 132 for 6. Saeed 41 from 25. And here's that replay again. Saeed gets a 6, a maximum for this. Fielder on the boundary just did an incredible job. First of all, getting his hands to it over his head. There's the two hands, keeping it in play, giving himself a chance to get a second catch or second grab. Problem is, the right foot was on the rope when the right hand, or the left hand rather, caught the ball right there. And that's what the replay showed. Right foot on the rope with the right hand on the ball. And this one is high in the air. One bounce. Deep mid wicket is out there. It's Dave scurrying back for a second. Appeal for run out, and he's out. Well, looks like, did he make it home safely? He did. Well, the batter made it halfway down the crease, halfway down the wicket rather, and then came all the way back. Looked like he was left for dead, but made it back in time. 132 for 6. Saeed trying to get to a half century. Subramanian, slow ball outside off stump. So Desai, the opening bowler, making his way to the crease to replace Scott. He was off the mark. This is a slower delivery by Subramanian, outside off stump. Thick outside edge. Actually, it hit the bottom of the bat and it's caught at mid-off. So Saeed departs for 41. The slower ball by Subramanian did the trick. 133 for 7. And with the hot weather, the players have to get hydrated. But the Galaxy way off the pace at 89 runs off of 2.4 needed. And the little all-rounder Manav Patel, left-arm orthodox player, knowledgeable, has played this is his 4th season in minor league cricket. Started off with the Florida Beamers in West Palm Beach. Will be taking strike. And it's Subramanian who got the prize wicket of Saeed with a slower delivery to Manav Patel. Game way out of reach, but can Patel find some form before this match is ended? Drives through mid-wicket. Outside off stump and just opening the face of the bat, runs it down to third man. Desai comes back for 2. Good running between Patel and Desai. So Atlanta Fire will take on Orlando Galaxy again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. right here in Paramvir's Cricket Complex. Short delivery, pulled away by Desai. He was roughed up with the ball, Desai, who opened the bowling for the Galaxy. And is trying to leave a mark on this game with the bat. This one is pitched up right in the block hole. Off the toe of the bat is Patel. And they just get a long single. So at the end of 18 overs, just 2 to go, 138 for 7.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tyke Real Estate presents the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th to 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
So we are back for the 19th over, and Corne Dry, the tall, statuesque, fast-medium bowler from South Africa. To Patel, and he's bowled him. Through the gates, and Manav Patel had no idea where that one was. And Corne Dry, in his very first delivery, in his second spell, that high, tall action, hits the seam, came back a fraction, and Manav Patel, his feet were nowhere near the pitch of the ball and has to depart, comprehensively bowled by Corne Dry. So the score 138 for 8. Corne Dry came into this season top 3 bowlers with wickets in minor league cricket history with 20, and has continued to climb the ladder. So Bolasetti coming into the crease. Corne Dry just rattling the stumps of Manav Patel, coming back for his second delivery in his spell. Perfectly pitched. So Bolasetti off the mark. 139 now for 8. As Orlando Galaxy, no chance of getting this total, as Desai will try to find some sort of form going into tomorrow's match. And maybe they may fare better outside of stump, and it's going to be a bye. This one is down the leg side, expertly taken at the back. Fantastic wicket keeping. Dot ball the call. And Orlando Galaxy playing here tomorrow. And then we'll play the Fire again on Sunday. Dry, right into the block hole. So Orlando Galaxy here tomorrow for a 10 a.m. start. Then 3 p.m. the Atlanta Lightning will take on the Fort Lauderdale Lions. Then 10 a.m. Fire against Fort Lauderdale Lions. And then 3 p.m. Sunday, Galaxy against the Lightning. It's dry, just a little bit shorter. And turned off the legs by Bolasetti. Batters come back for a second. So that is the end of the 19th over. It is 140 for 8.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So coming into bowl, the last over of this innings. Orlando Galaxy, a valiant effort, 142 for 8 right now off of 19. But that incredible effort by Atlanta Fire, 221, just too much. And now it's going to be Udin to bowl the last 6 deliveries. Slower delivery. Dot ball, and this is what Udin wants. Had a fantastic match against the Lightning on Sunday, getting 4 wickets and player of the match. Wants to get back that form, Udin. 2 overs, 1 for 21. And it's been a dominant performance by the Atlanta Fire. And this pivotal 3-match weekend for Galaxy. And this one is flicked off the pads. Straying down the leg side. So a single for Desai. Udin just short of a length and wristy play through backward point. Third man comes across. Single to Bolasetti. Three deliveries remaining. Atlanta Fire will move up to 6 points and maintain their 3rd spot in the South. And that was an attempted Yorker by Udin. Galaxy, of course, will remain on 2 points. Fort Lauderdale Lions, who have yet to score a point, will play tomorrow against the Lightning at 3 p.m. as Udin goes back to his mark. Short delivery and it's cut away. A long hop and stopped at the boundary. And that is the end of today's match. Atlanta Fire dominant in victory. Udin's short delivery, a long hop, was cut away, and the man at the boundary takes the catch for Udin's second wicket. So the Atlanta Fire win with ease as they now go with 3 wins and 3 losses. They win by 77 runs. An incredible effort. And Orlando Galaxy will have to show up right back here tomorrow morning against the Fire again. Can they turn things around in game number 2? That match will be held at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on YouTube as the minor league cricket season continues. Well, the massive 221 all started with the Fire, but the Orlando Galaxy scorecard looks like this. Dodson and King, courageous start, upsetted by Aonzo and Udin. Aonzo got Patel for cheap. Then Balagopala and Adams put on a great partnership with Saeed. The 3 of them contributed, but then Aonzo had the last laugh. He got 4 wickets in total and put Galaxy to rest. So the Galaxy won 145 for 9 in their innings. And Atlanta Fire's bowling looks like this, dominated by their skipper, Amelia Aonzo, the Sri Lankan international. 4 overs, 4 for 19, but took those 4 wickets at crucial times to ensure that the Orlando Galaxy do not get any sort of momentum. He was the pick of the bowlers. Match summary, the Stephen Taylor Show, 102 from 59, completely dominating proceedings from start to finish. He put Atlanta Fire on his back. Dave supported him with 37 to put up a total of 221. Orlando Galaxy could not match that total. They dwarfed in comparison at 145 for 9. Saeed 41, Adams 38, but Amelia Aonzo stepped up to 4 for 19. But Stephen Taylor, player of the match, and the man who made the difference in the Friday affair of Minor League Cricket 2024 between Atlanta Fire and Orlando Galaxy. So for all of us, so a quick look at the highlights of today's play as we get another look at Stephen Taylor, who was completely dominant in his knock. Dry. It was corner dry with a short delivery of Mario King trying to respond. Short delivery, top edge, 4 runs. Oh, and he wraps him on the pad. Huge appeal for LBW, and the umpire has given it. Dodson cuts away, and it's through cover, and it's a boundary. Bowling to Path Patel. And Patel lets this one go. And because he didn't play. Aonzo. Here's that appeal for LBW, and he's given. Here's Amelia Aonzo, and this one is driven down the ground, and it's a boundary. It's a short delivery, almost a long hop. Adams just sort of reaches, leaves the bat out there. And he's gone after him. Taylor finally pitched one up. Here is Shazad. And this one is lifted high in the air. Extra cover is going to take the catch. And now he sweeps. and gets the boundary. Subramanian continuing, and it's a sweep by Adams, and this one has gone a long way. And Adams gets to the pitch of this one, high in the air, and it's gone for 6. So a boundary and 8. As the Galaxy are looking on the end of a barrel, but that's a huge hit by Saeed. That one's still going. Adams goes after it, outside edge, but it's high in the air, and it's taken out in the deep. Career. And now he's bowled him. Leg spinner Shazad to continue. Flat delivery, and it's pulled by Saeed. Did he get? And this one is over mid-wicket. And it's going to... And that's a reverse sweep. And Saeed right now is in full command over Shazad. He continue. He does. Gets after this one. And it's gone. Oh! Did he retain the catch? Thumbs up. That's the question. And he's gone after this one. Over point. Subramanian. Slow ball outside of stump. The tall, statuesque, fast medium bowler from South Africa. To Patel, and he's bowled him. Short delivery, and it's cut away. A long hop.
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.